Hello there. Welcome back to the lands of Aecathan. No professionals, no fancy tech, just a group of women playing an all-original game of Dungeons & Dragons. I'm Jeff, your game master du jour, and tonight, Gwenlaryn's chef Kaylin will confront her deepest fear when she admits that she's afraid to take whisks.
Oh, God. That one was bad. That one was bad.
When even Zori is like,
Mm-mm. No.
something.
That is something. I don't know what it was, but it was something.
Right.
It was something bad. Yeah.
I thought she made fresher jokes than that.
Well, she's a professional chef, not a professional bard, so...
That's a good point. I thought her wit was cutting.
I'm a semi-professional bard, so we...
All right. Right. Let me catch you up on what happened last time.
Oh, yeah.
After spending the night at Duneshadow Manor, the four got up, had breakfast, and teleported to the Falefury Sanctum. There, they met with Master Ranro, who had sent Tasha a message saying that Athgar left something for them. It turned out to be his amulet of proof against location and detection. She gives that back to them, but then reveals that he borrowed another one from the church armory before he left the sanctum. The group then met with Sir Aribell about Aribell's wish to be considered for the ultimate gift to any paladin, a holy avenging weapon. Sir Aribell explained that it requires completion of a task and an official conclave be convened, but she also revealed that she could send Aribell on a task that might prove worthy because they had lost contact with the Northern Watch Post on the island. The four accept the task and head off to investigate and find that the Thwilnu have somehow managed to get one of the horrors they breed onto the island. After a pitched battle, the four managed to defeat the horror, but then find out that it has killed all 6 students that were at the watch post, the 3 that were just coming off duty and the 3 that were headed there to replace them. So they contact Sir Aribell, explained what happened. She comes to them with additional guards and replacement students to man the watch post, and she stays there and asks everyone to bring the bodies back to the temple. So they put the bodies in the portable hole, went back to the temple, took them out of the portable hole, at which point Father Dilbus sprang into action, got them taken into the temple, started to prepare for the rituals to hopefully return them to life. Aribell delivered Lady Lena's message that she wants to have a temple to Torora in Strathsimon's Dawn, which Father Dilbus was delighted to hear. Gwen had a private meeting with Father Dilbus where she basically told him that the head priest of Torora had incorrectly interpreted the message the lady sent to him. But he didn't take umbrage with that. He simply tried to listen, tried to hear the emotion behind the words, and gave Gwen what counseling he thought she would accept. She also left for him a note for Athgar, which he said he would deliver to Master Ranro, since it's much more likely that she will see Athgar before he will. The group then teleported to the Tower of Azinor to return the amulets. They met with Master Obrus, told him about the horror, which jogged his memory to tell Zorith and Tasha that he had been able to decipher more of the spells out of the ancient tome they took from the temple in the Everwood, and has been able to uncover a significant chunk of the school of magic that they're now calling Noctomancy. And he told Zorith that at her earliest convenience she should come back, and he would spend a couple days making sure that she learned those spells if she wanted to. And then finally they returned to Irma, they returned to Gwen's estate, and decided that Mother Tassa should know about the Thwilnews getting a horror onto the island where the sanctum is, and decided that they would just invite her to dinner. And so they sent the message, she accepted, and that's where we pick up tonight. So, the sun has set.
Ooh.
You know that she will be arriving any time.
We go out front to wait for her.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, I'm gonna dress nice-ish. Not like super fancy, but like clean up myself and stuff.
Okay.
Me too.
Picking the
I wear
armor
my
up.
new robe.
Okay.
I wear
And
my
we-
uniform. Ugh.
We go out to the front gate. Not the immediate house situation, but the front gate.
Okay.
Is it still under construction?
They haven't started on it yet.
Okay.
They've been in the process of taking measurements and having it basically built and shaped so that it will fit perfectly in the arched stone opening in the wall.
Wonderful.
But it takes a little time, especially when you're dealing with something as thick and durable as this particular gate is going to be.
Okay.
Tasha sends a message to Warbender about the Thwilnew.
Okay.
Because, you gotta keep things, you gotta keep reporting.
Gotta
Right.
keep them regulated.
And he basically responds saying thank you. He'll take it under advisement, but their first priority is the dragons and the orcs.
Yeah. I just don't want them to get any nasty surprises.
All right. So the sun sets, and you wait. And you hear the gate open behind you. And you hear a voice say, "Are you looking for me?"
We
You-
turn around, obviously.
And Mother Tassa's standing there.
Hello!
Welcome.
Thank you. I should have told you that I would be appearing in the courtyard, as I have been here before.
You have.
Lady Edith, yeah.
And I'm
Yes.
sorry for the loss of your friend.
Thank you. But she was rather ill for the last few years, so the quality of life that she had was not great. It may be better that she is no longer suffering, although I will miss her wit.
Well, please do come in.
Thank you.
I've only just recently come to be the caretaker of this estate, so it's probably quite similar to how you last saw it.
Well, please, lead the way.
So we do.
You walk in, you see Tosk standing there, and he greets all of you and bows very deeply to Mother Tassa. Madam, it is good to see you again. It has been too long. You're very kind as always, Tosk. Tell me, in the end, did she suffer? No. We were fortunate that Lady Edith passed in her sleep. So she went very gently. That's a comfort. Thank you. Where had you decided to have this meal? In the formal dining room or?
Formal.
Okay. And Tosk says, the fire is lit, the table is set, the lanterns are burning. You may relax. Kaelin says that the food shall be served in about 20 minutes.
Very good. Thank you.
Enough time for a glass of wine, I think.
And as you walk down the hall, turn the hall, and head for the entrance to the formal dining room, Mother Tassa looks at you and says, and who is this Kaelin?
She's the chef, and I believe that she was the chef for Lady Edith as well. She's quite in demand, but I think she's trying me out to see if continuing to work here will be a good fit for her. So I'm trying to stay in her good graces.
I see. I am not acquainted with her. She must have begun her work in the last few years. There was a gnome by the name of Hue. That is the chef I recall, but...
Was Lady Edith pleased with his work?
Yes, until he passed away.
Oh, that would do it. Yeah.
Yes. No, he had worked for this estate for a number of years. He had worked for Lady Edith's father, and then for her. I consider it a blessing that he passed before she did. I don't know that he would have been able to stand seeing a second generation pass.
Understandable. Well, if you wouldn't mind, I'd like to introduce you to Kaelin. I think she might be excited to know that she's been preparing a meal for such, well, illustrious company.
It tickles me that you still think that.
Well, of course I do.
Well, that's very kind.
Well, remember, I think of you first and foremost as Mother Tassa, but to everyone else in Arima, I have the great fortune to be the first to host you as the Speaker of Dragons. So this is a coup in her book.
I see. Well, you seem to be picking up some of the I'm trying to find the way to say this that will not come out sounding offensive, because I do not mean it as such. But you have begun to pick up the ways of nobility fairly
The
quickly.
stupid strategies, the things that people get excited about.
Yes, and it makes a certain amount of sense that you, being a new noble, would want to establish your place in the pecking order.
Well, I do have certain disadvantages of birth and background, but I'm hoping that perhaps some of the advantages of being an adventurer with stories to tell may help to overcome some of those.
Well, you are fortunate in that, due to the shattering, most do not recall their lineages prior to that horrific event. So many of the nobles here in Erma have been appointed over the last century or so. There are very few that are considered legacy houses.
That's good to know. I guess I hadn't thought of it that way, because in my view, things have always been this way, but my view is very limited in time compared to yours.
Yes, and that is something that I hope I can bring to you, is more of a sense of the historical place of certain events.
That would be much appreciated. Well, would you like a drink?
That would be lovely.
What would you prefer?
Whatever wine you happen to have on hand.
Okay, would you like white or red or?
White, I think.
Okay, so I will go find Tosk, and of course I know what everyone else's usual go-to beverages would be, so I order drinks for the room.
Okay. While you're doing that, she makes a point, walks over to Zorith, and just kind of looks up at Zorith's face and reaches up and runs a couple fingers along the scales. You look lovely.
Thank you.
I see they have finished emerging.
Yes, but you know what is not finished emerging, but is starting?
Oh.
Wings.
Really?
Yes.
Well,
I
am pleased to hear that you have advanced sufficiently that this is going to be the next stage in your development.
I'm gonna have to figure out how to fix my clothes around them.
Oh, I should have thought of that. Yes, there hasn't been a draconic sorcerer on Aecathan in quite some time. I believe we may still have the patterns. I will have to check with Gago. She was the one who came up with the patterns originally. I'm sure that if she does not have them, she could be convinced to recreate them, and that will help. Do you have a talented seamstress?
Yes, we do. We know of one. Or two.
Two.
Excellent. Well, I will communicate with her once we have concluded our evening. And
Thank you.
will you be in Thunder's Edge anytime soon?
After the Dragon Festival, for sure.
I can get there whenever. I can come and go.
Yes, I'm sure you can. If you have reached the level where the wings are starting to manifest, yes, that would be right around the time that you gain the ability to move yourself without the confines of a circle.
Yes. Yes. So I can get there if I need to most of the days this week, and if it's not this week, we'll manage to be
Sure.
wherever she needs me to be.
Very well. I am certain that she can find a way to leave them for you.
Excellent.
And Tasha, do I note different rank insignia on your uniform?
Yes, ma'am.
So, what did they promote you to now?
Now I am a captain.
Oh, excellent. You have moved into the upper strata of officer. Well done. That should make your moving about a bit easier.
Yes, I think that was the idea.
And, Aribell, are you well?
Man,
I'm looking forward to seeing what your city has in store for the festival. It is coming shortly.
about a week. Will you be here then?
I will.
Our plan now is to be here and then travel to Thunder's Edge to see our friends after. The Susaran will be there.
Really?
Would you like to join us?
I very well may. I have not seen my other children in a few weeks. I look in on them from time to time, but I have not had much opportunity to actually interact with them. I've made certain that they were well.
Well, we'd be happy to host you here in Arima and then have you accompany us to Thunder's Edge.
We shall see. I will be here in this form because this is Vimidi's area. So she
Right.
will be the one on display, as it
What
were.
is your area? I thought it was here.
As head of the different draconic septs, I am absolved of taking an area.
Oh.
It is believed that I should not be tied to any specific geographical location. I move about wherever I can be of help or wherever I am needed.
Nice.
Much as the four of you do, actually.
Indeed.
I'm so glad you're here.
It has been too long. So, if I may ask, what event brought about this granting of nobility, this promotion to captain?
Well,
We freed Strafsmans.
Oh.
it's now Strafsman's dawn, and Tasha's great aunt Lena has been put into power there and wants to join with the Aecathan and Erma to become more legitimate of a town.
I understand now. Solriosa was very terse in his message. He simply mentioned that he had provided you transportation and was lamenting that there was no opportunity for him to make his presence more directly known.
Well, we just got done telling a the whole entire continent that the metallics are to not be feared, and we felt it was probably in bad taste to rescue them with an angry metallic.
Gago kind of boxed his ears a bit.
Oh, good. That would explain the petulance.
Yes.
And actually, Aribell has been promoted to ambassador for the town. The Dawn. Yeah. So she also was given some exciting.
I believe.
And
I
so
believe.
were you, Zorith.
I believe Aribell was a wise choice for that.
Thank you.
And what did you get, Zorith?
I am special ambassador envoy to the Seps. I'm to represent their collective under you, I guess. Or for Aecathan.
To you, yeah.
Well, if you don't mind my saying, that seems a bit of an empty honor since you already were.
It's okay.
But I suppose that it makes them happy to, for them, make official what the Seps and I already know.
Well,
It looks good on paper to the people.
yes. And we were all decommissioned. Those who had been roped into ranks were all decommissioned so that we may be absolved of our military duties, except for Tasha, because, it's part of her. But we now have the ability to just be a full authority in tasks of the things that we need to do.
And the nobles of Arima can't say a thing.
And again, they make such a fuss about making official that which was already real. As if they had any way to stop you from following your own hearts.
Mm-hmm. Well, plus it was also a bit of a bluster to Thunder's Edge, Lord Tremaine, because Bonethane was able to hand out some really special fancy things to Athgar and Arilakis, and then by giving the Viscountess here her lands and title, she is noble. We knew it, but now everybody else does.
That's stretching things a bit.
That you're noble?
I
You
certainly
aren't-
never were. That is.
Well,
There are many definitions of the word noble.
I would
And-
say that it would be accurate that you represent the original meaning of the word, not this petty political title that they bestow upon people who happen to own large houses.
Thank you.
you are noble in the best sense of the word.
You're very kind.
At this point, the door opens, and you see Kaelin come in wheeling a rather large cart. And she kind of just comes in and starts to move towards the table and catches sight of Mother Tassa and just kind of stops.
Kaelin, I'm so pleased that you're here. Mother Tassa, this is the chef that I spoke to you about. She is one of the most in-demand chefs in Arima, and we are so fortunate to have her cooking for us this evening. Kaelin, this is Mother Tassa, speaker for the Metallic Dragons.
Uh-oh.
She's just staring.
We thought you froze, but actually she froze.
Yeah.
Are
Mother
you
Tassa
okay?
It's the first time that I've had the honor of meeting a dragon. So it's a little unnerving.
It is, but think of it this way. You are the first chef in Aramon to have the honor of providing the fine meal for the Speaker of Dragons.
Who is simply the speaker of dragons? And I make air quotes.
Mother Tassa was also a great friend to Lady Edith.
Indeed.
Oh, so you've been here before? I have indeed, many times over the last 2 centuries or so. I was a friend to Lady Edith's father as well. Centuries. Right. Okay then. So, yeah, here we go. And she begins to, she kind of like, gets her thoughts together and
Bearings.
kind of shakes off this, feeling of awe that she has. And she begins to set out the meal. She's basically made a turkey dinner with all of the appropriate accessories and side dishes.
Did she make it with the really big winged bird, though?
Mm-hmm. With Theranok.
This is-
Theranok, right?
Yes. Yes. And you realize that
Wow.
the huge domed platter that was on the top of the cart that she brought in is a Theranok.
And we didn't even have to kill it. Awesome.
Right.
You have outdone yourself this evening.
Well, it seemed like the right time to, do a big meal. I wasn't entirely sure if a dragon in a form like this might still have a dragon-sized appetite. So I decided to err on the side of caution, and so I made a lot.
Well, it looks wonderful. This is one of our favorite meals, isn't it?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Well, good. Right, well, bon appetit. I hope that you enjoy it. If there's anything else that you need, don't be afraid to ask. I'll be upstairs in the kitchen.
Thank you.
Most kind.
And she stops and drops into a very formal curtsy in front of Mother Tassa and says, "It's an honor to meet you, ma'am. Thank you. I look forward to trying all of this." And she just kind of, oh, and walks out of the room.
I look at Mother Tassa and say, "You have no idea how much you've just helped my credibility."
Well, by accepting a dinner invitation, I wish all my tasks were as onerous.
Well, remember, it's probably not all that easy to accommodate the schedule of an adventurer, so I may need all the help I can get.
I see. Well, I am certain that if it, for whatever reason, doesn't work out, you will find someone equally good.
I hope so. I just would hate to run her off.
Are we to not really call it, we're not to really call attention to you in this form being a dragon, right? You are simply the go-between in the real world, correct?
To most, yes. Obviously, Lord Burnthane will know who I am. and those he has entrusted with that information, and you may entrust whoever you deem fit.
Right.
But sparingly so.
It's probably better if I am able to move about largely unrecognized.
Yes. All right. I just wanted to make sure for my... It's so hard to keep you and everything... not necessarily a secret. It's just so wonderful. But also, if anybody really knew, like, you know, it's so fun to know that you can walk amongst everyone and no one knows.
And if for some reason everyone did discover, I would simply alter my form to appear otherwise.
Right.
Good point.
I just don't want to have that happen.
I'm kind of fond of this form.
Yeah.
I am as well, in that it was through this form that I met you, and that I adopted my other children.
Indeed.
And so, what of the young man? He will not be joining us?
Which young man?
Off on his own right now.
Oh, that stage.
Yes.
They all go through it. Well, I wish him well, whatever it is he's doing. And he's apparently going to miss a very, very good meal.
Indeed.
Yes.
Going to miss more than that, but that's his choice and we're respecting it.
I am certain that he appreciates that.
I am just as certain that he does not, but that's okay.
Well, it may take him a few years, decades perhaps, to understand that he appreciates it. But they do, most of them grow up eventually.
I'm not holding my breath.
Wise.
I have hope.
Well, that makes one of us.
I think that's at least two of us.
Well,
I know we have things to discuss. One being there were Thwilnu on the island.
The horrors.
One of the Thwilnu's horrors. Sorry, thank you, Aribell. Yes.
on
The sanctum.
the Thwilnu have breached the sanctum.
It's the island, at least.
This is dire news.
You did kill it.
I would hope so.
But it killed 6 in the process, and
Yeah, it killed
It
6
is-
students.
it did say that there were more on the way.
I knew that they would. I knew that they would attack eventually, but I had hoped that they would give us a little more time.
I see. If you'll pardon me for a moment. She closes her eyes and bows her head. For everybody else at the table, it just looks like maybe she's praying or something. Zorith, make a perception check.
Not the best, not the worst. Oh, 6 plus 12, 18.
With an 18, you realize that in the back of your mind, you're hearing some very, very rapid sounding draconic that's going by almost too fast for you to decipher, but you get the sense that she's talking to someone.
Okay.
And after a minute or so, she opens her eyes and raises her head. I have just warned the Midi. He will begin more intense sweeps closer to the ground, looking specifically for the signature of the Verlaxi or their creatures.
Is it Nikki here? Is it Telsariosa's or Remedies?
It's Remedies because they're located, basically they are on Thath Toxun. They took over that island when they attacked. And so anything that is coming from them is coming from the extreme northeast and filtering down.
I thought you were, because from the island, I thought they were going to cover the island more versus the coast. Got it.
That the island is part of Remedies' bailiwick. It's like the extreme southwest corner of his protectorate.
Okay, sorry.
But
that was Nikki, just wondering.
right, but yeah, it's clear that whereas, you know, the dragons and the orcs are spreading from the southeast, the Jogrvanans spread from the southwest, the Thwilnu spread from the northeast.
Oh, okay.
So the fact that they've made it as far inland as the Sanctum is not good.
Sounds like they'll need to be addressed sooner rather than later.
Yes, and the first step in addressing them is locating them, which unfortunately is also the most difficult step. For they travel beneath the surface, and unless they come above, we will never see them.
Is there a way to track or detect them under the surface?
I would assume there is, however, we do not know it because we have never attempted to do so.
Right.
We are weaker in these forms, and our full-size forms simply do not fit in the spaces they inhabit.
Plus, you've been gone for quite some time.
Indeed, and they have not.
Yes. Then, are there draconic sorcerers taught by dragons, do you think, for the other factions, the Jogrvanans, and would there be a way to make draconic sorcerers?
Oops. Knocked somebody's hat off. That happens. To my knowledge, and as far as Gego has reported, there has not been any contact between the denizens of the God's Wrath and the chromatic dragons. So I do not believe that you will find draconic sorcerers among their numbers at the Temple of Jogrvana. There are, however, draconic sorcerers among the dragon servant orcs.
Mm-hmm.
There are many.
Hmm.
And they usually accompany the ground forces when they make landings.
Okay.
Or at least historically have done so.
Oh my gosh. Okay. But with okay. Wow, that's not good. Oh, Obrus. Why can I not remember his title? Is it
Master.
Master? I was thinking Professor.
Mhm.
Master Obrus was able to decipher some more of those books, assumably with the help that you have given him, and there is some noctomancy to be learned.
Excellent.
He-
Noctomancy was created by the arcane specialists of old
Mhm.
as a way to magically counter the Dakegoth, which is the innate abilities of the Thwilnu.
I'm sorry,
Dakegoth.
Dakegoth.
They are Thoth, A-O-T-H. The Thwilnu are the masters of dreams. And through dreams, they are able to access the minds of any intelligent creature.
Oh my.
They can even access the minds of dragons.
Ooh, that's what they tried to do to you, Aribell.
They did?
Maybe they tried to cast a spell on me, but the innate protections of my elvish blood kept it from taking hold.
You were fighting one of their creatures, but not a member of the Thwilnu themselves.
Correct.
Then it is likely they were not attempting that. They
You
do
did go right after her, though.
They do not teach their creatures their own secrets. They fear losing control,
And it makes sense.
so they maintain a separation of power to ensure that they will always be able to keep the things they create under their control.
Hmm.
Yes.
Interesting.
If they are beginning to spread as far inland as the sanctum, they may be preparing another attack similar to Thaf Toksun.
We did have to. Does anybody use the Dragon Cave anymore? Are there still those who reside inside of it?
None of the septs would
Won't
ever
dare to go
choose
back.
to well, not dare, simply we have spent enough time in those caves as a people that no one has any desire to return. I do not know if there are other creatures who have in the interim taken up residence in the caves. As I say, none of our kind have been back.
We had to take care of some business, so we had a little bonfire outside the front entrance of it, so I just didn't want to disturb anybody.
Did you re-enter the caves themselves?
Not to travel them, no.
But did you go inside at all?
Just inside the door or the mouth of the cave.
Did you see any evidence that there had been anyone there since the rescue?
I think we asked you, and I think you said we did not. I think I asked
That
Jeff.
is correct.
We did not
You
see any.
saw no sign that anyone had been there since the last time you were there.
Yes. Yes.
Were you expecting that would be different? Did you expect something else?
It's possible. There are many species of creatures who choose to inhabit caves. It could be anything from mountain lions to bears to hill giants.
Oh.
But apparently none have found the cave, or none have found the courage to enter the cave.
Well, we can hope.
Well,
See any signs?
no. Oh yeah. Eventually I might need some tutoring on how to manage my draconic flying and anything else I need to know. Anyone that will be willing to help me, I would gladly go meet with them.
I will be very curious to see exactly how instinctive your wings are to you when they finally emerge. In the history of the dragon kind that we have connection with, at least, a draconic sorcerer has never been created quite this way before. So we do not know if perhaps there is a weaker connection to the draconic essence or a stronger connection to the draconic essence.
We will find out.
Normally, it is absorbed simply through repeated exposure and the fact that most draconic sorcerers are trained by members of one sept or another. Your specific nature was somewhat differently created. And so we do not know for certain. But I would expect that since the connection was so much more intimate, that you may find you have instincts that you do not realize. Our young ones do not need to be taught how to fly. When their wings mature, they simply take to the air. They may be clumsy flyers at first, but getting airborne is instinctive. We are primarily creatures of the air, more so than creatures of the earth or water. So it may be that you do not need as much training as you believe at this point, but we will see. What evidence have you experienced, if I may ask, that the wings are beginning to manifest?
I look around and then I go, like, I think about it for a hot second, and then I decide not to take off all my clothes and show her. And I say, but you can see it in my face. You can see it in my face. Tasha
Yes.
saw Aribell saw some fluttering, and Gwen saw some fluttering, and then Tasha saw some. I don't remember what Tasha saw.
I saw something that looked like
It was like there was a line of scales beneath your skin, and someone was running their finger down the inside of it, like you could see the scales ripple.
yes, I saw rippling of scales along her shoulder blades.
Oh goodness, that you will likely find your wings sooner rather than later.
I've been rubbing salve on her shoulder blades.
Well done. That is what we used to do as well.
Although
When
we-
do you think they might come in?
Anytime. They could come in a month from now. You could find them in the morning.
Okay.
But that was exactly what we did for those we trained. It makes the skin more supple, and eventually, the first time the wings manifest, it makes it less painful.
Will they always be present, or will she manifest them and can make them go away?
If Zorith experiences this effect the same way that traditionally normal draconic sorcerers do, she will be able to manifest them whenever she desires and put them away whenever she desires.
If normal.
Do you know, do the chromatic dragons also have sorcerers?
They do.
Yeah,
And
that's
would they also have wings and
They do.
manifest them like this?
Yes.
Oh.
And I will say, at the risk of sounding speciest, I have never seen anything more hideous than dragon wings on an orc.
Ooh. Well, there's an image.
Okay, let me ask this. Take out their wings and you take them out? Or you ground them?
You
I mean,
remove
like-
their ability to fly.
Okay.
They
If
still live.
Yes, if a draconic sorcerer has their wings extended and the wings are damaged to the point where they will not function, they must be healed like any other part of the body.
Okay. I actually I knew we might be fighting dragons, and I actually took reverse gravity as a spell to reacquaint anyone in the air with the ground quickly.
Yes, that is a favored tactic of ours as well.
Oh, good. Great.
So it would seem that some of the instincts are there.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
We will simply hope that the rest are there as well to make this transition as easy as possible for you.
Thank you. That was kind of all my notes. Did anybody else have anything? Like that's my in-game notes. Wings.
Did we dine?
Yeah. You've been
We're
eating
dining.
as you've been talking.
Okay, and it all went well.
Oh yeah. It was exceptionally tasty.
Okay, so I'm going to invite Kaylin to come back in so that we can give her our praise.
All right. So do you go fetch her?
I do.
Okay. All right.
I approach the kitchen with caution and with lots of forewarning, clearing my throat and kind of knocking outside the kitchen door rather than just walking in.
Okay. You clear your throat, knock on the wall, and the door is jerked open immediately. And you see Kaylin standing there. Is everything all right, ma'am?
Everything is delicious. I
Oh.
thought you might like to come back to allow us to lavish you with praise.
Oh. Well, all right. if you wish.
We do. So I lead her back.
And she follows you down.
As she comes in, I start clapping.
I join in.
You see Mother Tassa do so as well. And she sees that and then actually gets a little blush going.
It was excellent. Thank you.
I'm so happy that you enjoyed it. Did you enjoy it, ma'am? It was delightful. I would be curious about the spicing that you placed within the stuffing. It is different than any I have tried before. Oh. Well, I don't usually share my recipes, but I would be happy to share it with you. You are very kind, and I would appreciate it. I would like to try my hand at making this as a dish to bring when I go see my other children.
Aww.
I believe they would enjoy it very much.
That is high praise indeed.
Your other children? What sort of other... Oh, can I ask?
Of course, you can ask.
Are you familiar with the Sasaran? Oh, yes, yeah, I am. I've actually gotten a few recipes from them when they've come through. Some interesting things that I hadn't heard of before. Those are my adopted children. For a long while, I did not remember who I was. And during that time, I was the matriarch of the Sasaran. Now... You mean I probably saw you? It's very possible. I was with them when we would come through Erma. That's amazing. Well, if you'll excuse me, I will go and write down the recipe for you so you can take it with you before you leave tonight. That would be very kind, thank you. Sure. And she kind of just nods to you and Gwen and turns and kind of like trots out.
Well done, everyone. Thanks for helping me try to keep my cook.
She's very good.
I understand now why you wish to keep her.
Yes, I think she's very skilled.
Clearly so.
She's even a better cook than Aribell.
And that takes quite a bit.
It does.
I don't think I've ever had the pleasure of eating a meal prepared by you, Aribell.
Oh, we will have to remedy that at some point. It'd be my honor.
Well, I look forward to it. Perhaps when we gather with my children in Thunder's Edge.
That would be lovely.
That would be fun.
Well, I am certain that you have other duties to attend to, as I do myself, but this was delightful, and I thank you very much, Lady Gwenlaryn, for inviting me to share dinner with you this evening.
And I thank you for gracing my table.
I hope it will not be the last time.
I hope it won't be either. You're welcome anytime.
Mother Tassa, may I see you out when you go? I have something I'd like to ask you.
Of course. I will respect the boundaries of the estate, so I will make my departure from the courtyard. So if you wish to accompany me there,
Yes,
I would be happy to.
being seen leaving Lady Gwenlaryn's estate would also be high fancy.
Well, it would if they knew who I was.
Well, I mean, you're the speaker of the dragons. You're not a dragon, but you are the speaker of the dragons. We'll spread the rumors. It's fine.
I am certain that the young halfling woman will take care of that. She has been watching us for quite some time.
She does have that propensity.
You hear a from the hallway.
Gerta, you might as well come in.
Do you want to meet the dragon lady?
The door opens and this little head pokes in and she's like, yes.
Please come in. Mother
She-
Tassa, this is my lady's maid, Gerta. Gerta, this is Mother Tassa, Speaker of Dragons.
It's an honor to meet you, my lady. Are you really a dragon? I am indeed, small one. I
But
would.
perhaps you could just keep that information within the household, as we discussed, and you may tell people that she is the Speaker of Dragons.
I'd be happy to do that. Wow. So, can I ask what? I don't know if it's improper, but what color dragon are you? I am golden. And so is that like the biggest of the metallic dragons? Yes, my sept tends to be the largest in size. Oh, sept. That's a new word. So, if I remember the song right, there's gold, there's silver, there's copper, bronze, and brass.
Yes. That's the song.
So each one of those is a sept?
Yes.
That is correct. Right. How many people do you want to know about the Speaker of Dragons dining at your house, my lady?
All of them.
Oh, good.
I knew I could count on you.
Of course. And, if anyone seems to react incorrectly, I'll make certain that you hear about it.
Thank you. Gerta here is invaluable when it comes to navigating the grapevine of Arima.
Oh. A bountiful asset to have. And you see she just gets pink, Gerda, and just kind of grins and ducks her head a little bit.
Yes, I'm very fortunate to have been blessed not only with an estate, but with such talented staff.
Indeed. Well, I think You're going to do quite well here, Gwenlaryn. The staff
I'll
seems
try.
to have an affection for you already.
Well, we'll see how long that lasts when they realize my propensity for popping in and out at the most bizarre of times with clothes bloodied and sometimes carrying a literal bag of dead bodies. You know, we'll see how long that lasts. I hope that they are able to overlook some of the more eccentric aspects of working with an adventurer.
Well, it won't be the first time. Lady Edith's father, Reginald, was a professional adventurer.
Was he?
It's how he came to have the money to build this estate in the first place.
Aribell's father was an adventurer, wasn't he?
Yes, he was.
See?
I knew I liked him.
Yes.
One more thing we have in common.
Well, it was a pleasure meeting you, Goethe. The honor is all mine, lady. I will say goodnight. Aribell, if you would walk me to the courtyard.
Thank you, Mother Tassa.
Good night, all. It was
Good night.
wonderful to see you all again. And I look forward to the next time we're able to do this as well.
See you soon.
And she walks over and gives all three of you a warm hug. Zorith, she kisses on the cheek. And then she
I don't
turns
know really
and...
what to do with warm hugs, but I like, there.
Yeah. And then she walks over and
Right.
takes Aribell's arm and walks out with her.
I get outside. Aribell says, I've been thinking a lot about the first time that we met. And the conversation that we had. And at the time you had told me that unlike most people, I don't remember quite how you put it, but that my destiny was no longer written.
Yes.
I wondered if that had changed.
I will look if you wish. And so she reaches out and just places her hand on your head. And you feel this gentle flush of warmth. And you see her close her eyes for a moment. She opens them again, takes her hand away. It is still untethered. But it is not a cause for alarm. It simply means that you are one of those for whom the gods do not know what your ultimate destination in life will be. There are some born into every generation. Many go through their entire lives not knowing that they are one of the unfettered. But it simply means that whereas you are not invisible to the gods, they cannot look ahead in your life and see what will transpire. They can with most, should they choose to. But as they look down your line of life, past today, they will see only shadows.
I'm mentor recently received a vision for each of us, and it seems strange.
What was the vision?
Well, it's not strange. He said I would find love again.
Then perhaps you will. But seeing as how you are unfettered, I would interpret that more as a wish from Torora than an actual solid truth. It may be that she can see in the shadows possibilities, and that is the one that she chose to reveal. So, it is possible that you will indeed find love again, but it is not a certainty. Are you interested in finding love again?
I don't know. It seems strange to think of. We've met many people along the way. There's only been... It's rare to even find myself attracted to someone.
Well, remember...
Go well, so...
Remember, the heart does heal. You will never lose the love you've had. It will always be with you. But there is always room for new love to grow as well. Your soul is still fertile ground for such things, should you wish it.
I know. With Torora's blessing, I have a long life left. Thank you, Mother Tassa.
She puts her hand up and says, "For your sake and for the happiness that it will bring, I hope that Torora's vision is accurate. You deserve to know love again."
We shall see you soon.
Very soon. I will be here for the festival. I will make certain that we see each other then.
Then not as long this time. We'll look forward to it.
Be well. And she just closes her eyes and bows her head for a moment, and then she's gone.
Come back in.
I assume
Well,
everybody else
everyone?
is still kind of loitering in the dining room.
Yes.
It's getting later. Are people interested in a drink? Are they interested in going out? Or simply just getting a good night's sleep?
Probably getting a good night's sleep, I think.
Play a little bit if you want to drink a little more before we go to sleep.
I guess the question is do you want to go out?
Yes, it's your house.
Well, this is your home too. I've mentioned you're not guests here, you're family. So,
I guess the question is, are you going to want to go out and drink yourself into stupidity and then come
no.
back?
No, I wasn't thinking about drinking tonight. But I was thinking maybe a walk.
A walk would be nice.
I was thinking more of a solo walk, but you know.
Oh, all right.
Be careful.
Well, I think that we don't have to worry as much about that these days, do we?
There's
You
still
never know.
dragons and Jagervanans and evidently
Will
horrors.
knew.
I won't be long.
All right. Well, I'm going to sit up and play a little bit and maybe have another glass of ale.
I won't be long. And I unclasp my fancy robe, sling it over a chair, and walk toward the door.
Don't forget to dress warm. It's only
I'll
warm.
be well.
Oh, if she walks on the grounds, she's got
Right, but if she leaves the courtyard, it's back to winter.
good
Yeah.
point.
I'll grab a warmer cloak on my way out.
Okay.
And my weapons. I mean, I wouldn't leave home without them.
Of course.
That would be silly.
ridiculous.
I head for whatever district is most likely to have bars.
There's
taverns.
bars all over the place.
I'll go to the place that is the seediest.
That's JoJo's.
Well, I'm not going to go in.
Ha ha.
I'm just going to the neighborhood.
Okay. As you leave, you start walking. Make a perception check.
Bodyguard follows her.
What'd you say?
I said, I bet her bodyguard follows her.
Well, they're not bodyguards, they're guards. 18.
Okay.
All right. You turn a corner and just kind of glance over your shoulder, and you see Vok walking about 10 yards behind you.
Hi, Vok. I'm just going for a bit of a stroll. You can just stay here and guard the house.
Denora is actually doing that. My job is to walk with you. It's nighttime. The streets
I
are
know.
not completely safe. So I'll be just tagging along. Do whatever it is that you like, but in case of an emergency, I will be nearby.
Well, I was really looking forward to a little alone time, so perhaps if you could just head back just this once. I won't be long.
In the future, if you wish to make these arrangements with Denora, you should obviously feel free to do that, but for now, she will have my horns if I let you out of my sight.
Very well. I appreciate the effort. If we should happen to become separated, I'll meet you back at the house.
Good luck with that.
I hustle along
Okay.
and go invisible. It is literally what I do. I mean, it's my thing.
Oh, goddess.
So I'm going to vanish.
All right. All right. Hold for a moment.
So I can't be tracked by non-magical means.
All right. I just have to get down to the right part here. There we go.
And I'll use the veil as well. Nature's veil.
All right.
Once I do that, I'm going to switch directions
All right. Make a perception check.
28.
You do all of that, switch directions, and then you stop and turn around, and you see Vok at an intersection, just scanning everywhere, looking not happy at all.
I did warn her.
Oh my lord.
That being said, I'm now going to take a slightly different route to get to Jojo's neighborhood.
Okay. Well, it's the dock district. It's nighttime. There are a couple ships in port. So there are sailors of all stripes in various states of inebriation in the inns and out on the streets.
So I'm just going to, I will drop the veil and invisibility and walk along, looking for any trouble that might come my way.
You see a human, probably late 40s, balding, kind of scruffy, wearing trousers and a shirt and a jacket that looks like maybe it's seen better days. It's a little ragged, but you can tell it was elegant at one point. And he's walking along kind of unsteadily, and he looks up at you and goes, "Oh, you're a pretty one. What you doing out here?"
Looking for an ass to kick. Are you volunteering yours?
You want to kiss my ass?
That's not exactly what I said.
Oh, I was gonna say we should have a drink first.
You're far too drunk. You're not even worth the effort. Please, just move along.
Make an intimidation check.
18.
You just see him get a little pale. All right. I'll have to be mean about it. And he just
Move
continues
along.
to shuffle along.
You know, it's so frustrating you can't even find a good fight these days. I'll keep looking though. I can't spend too much time or they'll figure it out. So I'm gonna have to find a fight faster.
Okay. Well, you do run across a group of 3 who are clearly well into their cups and moving along, and they spot you, and a couple of them immediately start whispering to their friends, and they're kind of laughing. But the third one looks and goes and whispers something, and you see all 3 of them kind of go, "Oh," and they just turn around and walk the other direction.
Shoot, I should have changed my appearance. I pull my cloak hood up so that maybe I'm a little harder to spot. I'd rather not have to change my appearance and then change it back again.
Okay.
I'll give it a few more minutes and then I'm going to have to hustle back.
Yeah. You walk past lots of other people, but you either get ignored or you have, people who just kind of go, "Evening," and keep walking.
What a disappointment. I stop someone and say, pardon me, is there a seedier area of town?
The hell?
Fights.
What the hell do you want a seedier area for?
I'm looking for an ass to kick. I just want to specify I'm saying kick and not kiss.
All right. I gotta go.
So no seedy areas then?
And he just kind of looks over his shoulder as he's walking away. And make a perception check.
Uh, 16.
You see this person walk for a little bit, and then you see one of the town guard walking down a street that's intersecting with this one, and you see the guy look over his shoulder and trot up to the guard and start talking to the guard.
I go over to the guard as well.
Well, that's good because he's now walking your direction.
Mm-hmm. Good evening. I pull back my hood.
Good evening.
I was trying to help you do your job, but it seems that this area is short on ruffians this evening.
Yeah, that's how we like it.
It's a little disappointing, honestly.
And, what makes you think we need help?
I don't know. Back home, if I was in a bad mood, I would just go kick some asses, and it was never difficult to find asses that needed kicking. I mean, I could just totally kick some people's asses here, but what's the fun in that?
And
Thought I'd find people
where-
breaking the law.
where might back home be?
Thunder's Edge. I'm going home.
And he just kind of steps back and gives you a good up and down once. You wouldn't happen to be one of the fool.
Yes.
Oh. Well, all
Like I
right then.
said, just visiting, see if I could find a little bit of trouble, or a quiet drink or something. I don't know. But
Well-
clearly it didn't work out. I'm going home.
Well, on behalf of the rest of us patrolling the dock wall tonight, we appreciate you coming out to help.
You're welcome. Carry on. You're doing a great job.
And he salutes and
I walk home. I look for Vox on my way home.
Vok, you find when you get back into the courtyard.
Hey, sorry I had to ditch you. I needed to see if I could find a fight, and I didn't, so it's all really disappointing. Next time I'm looking for a fight, I'll let you know. Actually, if you hear of, something going on in town, like a big brawl or a fight, could you just maybe come get me, and then we can go together? I won't ditch you this time, honest. If it's like a big brawl. If it's just a little brawl, then I'm going to go solo because there won't be enough otherwise.
You see that Vok is actually standing there with Denora, and Denora just elbows Vok, and Vok leans down, and Denora whispers something in Vok's ear, and she looks down at him and looks down at her and says, "Yes, that's what I would have said anyway. Our job is to protect you, not take you out fighting. That's what your companions are for."
Yeah, they didn't seem like they were in the mood, and they would have tried to talk me out of it. Actually, can we just have your job be to protect, like, the estate when we're in it, as opposed to, like, me? And then I can just sort of do things.
And you actually see Denora say, You are the estate, lady. It's called Duneshadow Manor now.
Okay.
She's right. Watching out for you is watching out for the estate, and that's what we're paid to do.
I appreciate that. You're doing a great job. The watch is doing a great job. Everybody's doing a great job. I'm just going to have to figure out another way. But I thank you for doing a wonderful job of keeping me safe. Well done. And I sadly drag my ass inside.
Did she pass me?
While she's gone,
Okay. So while Gwen's been out doing this,
Aribell sat at, I don't know if there's a desk or a table or something, but she sat and has had parchment and quill out and has been writing the whole time.
okay. All right. Tasha's been playing.
I did ask her if she was going to get squiffy, but I want to see when she comes in if I can sense motive or whatever that's called.
Insight.
Insight check.
Sure.
There's no squiff.
You can make an insight check. Go ahead and roll it.
But I knew something was hinky when you were left. I absolutely did. Which one is this?
Insight.
Oh, my insight is not good. Oh, 17. When she comes back.
You clearly see that whereas when she left, she seemed to leave at least with some sort of purpose in mind. From her body language and her facial expressions, she didn't find whatever she went out looking for.
Okay.
Gwen,
Hmm.
I have some things for you.
Things?
Yes.
Okay.
It'll take me a while to get through all of them, but I have some notes on a few of the great houses for you, how they're set up, who owns them.
Oh, thank you. That'll be very helpful.
I know you said you wanted to learn more.
Yes, that will be an important part of my job as an ambassador, and I want to do the best job of being an ambassador that I can.
Well, and now, not just ambassador, but a member of the nobility. There's all sorts of different rules now.
Yes.
And the 4, I yell from across the room.
Indeed.
The
Indeed.
4 is one thing. I mean, we're adventurers, but now, I mean, people love to, especially the nobility, gossip and talk, and as you already know from, is it Gerda? Is that her name?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Girta.
Gerda. That most of the knowledge that isn't controlled by Viessa is controlled by the staffs. So people will do anything, especially some of the not so nice houses, to try and bring you down.
Makes sense. Speaking of which, I'm just going to go have a bit of a word with the staff. I'll be right back. And I scoot back outside to where I left the guards.
Okay.
Oh boy.
Are they still there?
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, just thought of something. You don't happen to have any kind of like a, dummy isn't the right word, but something that I could, stab a lot of times. Do you have something like that I could practice on? Just to hone my skills.
Vok looks down at Denora. Denora looks up at her and just gives a barely perceptible nod Vok turns, looks at you. We do, on occasion, set up some basic training exercises here in the garden. I'm certain that could be arranged for your ladyship if you would so desire.
Great. Do you have one that I could use now?
I suppose, although it is a bit late and it does make a significant amount of noise, and perhaps you would consider during daylight hours when we would not be disturbing the neighbors.
I'm sure that's good advice. Thank you for thinking of it.
Of course.
I'm sure the morning will be ample time. Thank you. I go back inside.
Okay.
Have a good evening.
Does she pass me?
Where are you?
In the dining hall.
Okay. So, Gwen, you hear music coming from the dining room.
Hey, Tasha. Do we have any of those dead bodies left?
You need a dead body for
Practice?
practice with what?
My short swords? Dagger?
You just want to fight?
Inside check.
Make it. Go ahead and roll.
24.
You have seen in your time in the army a certain type of personality come through. People either with an inferiority complex, with something to prove, or recruits with chips on their shoulders who want to make it clear that they deserve to be there. You're getting that same vibe from her. Now, you don't think that it's probably either of those things, but it feels the same. She's looking for some form of violence.
So you went out to go get into a brawl by yourself, did you?
I did, and unfortunately, Arima does not seem to have the kind of petty crime that I've come to expect and appreciate from Thunder's Edge. At least I didn't find any.
Probably wouldn't go well for the newest member of the nobility to be in a street brawl either.
Mm-hmm.
I was wearing my cloak.
Doesn't matter.
So I have a better idea.
Ooh, do tell.
Tasha, do you have this capacity to summon the mansion?
Yes.
Can you do so and have some stuff in there for Gwen to go fight?
Oh.
Well, you have that. You have that.
In her training
that
room, you
training
can have
chamber. Yeah.
Lots of
Yes.
things for her to fight.
But those are like inanimate things, right?
That's fine.
Right,
Yeah.
but she can, like, you can probably set some of the unseen servants to be
I don't want
they're
her to kill any of
ruffians.
the servants.
instead of birds, make them ruffians or something.
Well, they still won't have any substance to them.
Yeah, that's not gonna work.
It's
They can't carry
fine.
stuff. Can't you
But-
touch them?
No.
They can manipulate objects, but they are by and large incorporeal.
You can still stab fake
The
dummies.
training dummies. She
Yeah.
can fill it with all of the things.
So I make the mansion. And I say, would you like to spar?
I'd rather just use the training facilities if it's okay.
Perfectly fine.
Aribell, could I have a piece of your parchment and borrow your quill?
Sure.
I just grab a piece of parchment, put a large letter A on it, and hustle for the mansion.
And you can be as loud as you want and we won't hear you yelling.
Mhm.
Thanks. There's a real, pep to my step as I head in. I'm looking forward to this.
With your imaginary Athgar.
So,
Right.
and I make the mansion outside,
You make the training dummy look like Athgar.
and I look at I look at the two guards,
Mhm.
and I say, "You can't hear anything in the mansion, so it won't wake anyone up or disturb anyone, and she can train as long as she likes."
Doesn't have to be in the garden. It can just be.
That works. Thank you very much. I'm sure her ladyship will be very pleased to be able to go and do whatever it is that she feels she needs to do. Is she normally like this?
Yep.
Over my shoulder, I yell, "I'm doing violence!"
And she disappears through a glowing doorway, and they just kind of go. Vok looks down at Denora. I suspect we'd better hire those new guards sooner rather than later.
But if we can find some way to channel this energy, she'll be okay.
I mean, I walk out with them, I'm assuming. Is there like a legal fight club?
No, she can't do that. She's
can ask,
nobility.
yes. Well, and she'd probably kill someone on accident.
Yeah.
Nobility. It's not
We're-
a good plan.
Can she fight with the military? Do you think that's too much too?
I think the training room is fine.
I am
Okay.
in there happily hacking away at a dummy. I've got my short sword in one hand and the dagger in the other, and I'm just letting it have it. There are many groin kicks involved.
There are many dummies up there too. I'm sure she put like 15 and they all look like him.
Well, the
A
way
little
that
bit like
the way the
Athgar.
training room is set up is that if a dummy's actually disabled or destroyed, it just fades and a new one appears.
Oh, that's perfect.
She's gonna be unconscious in the
She'll-
morning.
She'll be fine.
See, we just have to know what's going on and we can help.
You can come in and watch if you want. I mean, I would have
No thanks.
mentioned that.
I've seen lots of people die already.
I take the occasional break, and ask the servants for water and food so that I can refuel and keep going.
Realistically, we've seen Athgar die, so I mean,
Don't need to see the effigy of it happen.
yeah.
Well, as Gwen takes her aggressions out on poor inanimate objects, and the rest of you spend the rest of the evening doing whatever you wish before you head to sleep, that's where we're going to take our break. I do want to mention, though, when we come back, I polled everybody, and with only 8 days left before the Dragon Festival, we're going to kind of compress those 8 days into a much shorter period. So if everything goes as planned, we'll be able to get through that after the break. And then next week, we'll be at the Dragon Festival.
Woohoo!
So we'll see if we could pull that off in half a night. We'll find out after the break. So we'll see you in 15. And welcome back. So, we now begin our telescoped 8 days leading up to the Dragon Festival. Everyone has things that they want to particularly accomplish, so we're going to be sort of ping-ponging back and forth between people and taking care of it. Some of it we're going to roleplay out, some of it we're just going to tell you about. But we're going to start with Aribell.
So in the morning, I am going to go run some errands. I need to go by the house and pay the neighbors and Kieran and all of those things. And then while I am out, I'm actually going to make my way to Viessa's.
Okay. How do you get in there? Do you go through the secret entrance under the docks, or do you go through the Shouting Pirate?
Oh, I didn't even think about the pirate. That's probably the easier way than trying to slip underneath the docks, right?
Yeah.
I will go to the Shouting Pirate then.
All right. Well, you get there, and it looks like it's open, but you don't see anybody going in or out. You don't hear anything from the inside.
Go in.
Okay. You see Jojo, and that's it. And then he looks up as you walk in and goes, "Oh, good morning. Nice to see you. It's a slow morning. It happens. There's no ships in dock at the moment, although there's 3 coming in this afternoon."
So the ladies will be in later.
I hope so.
We're in town. If you need help, you can always send somebody to get us. We're happy to help wait tables.
Well, I'm pretty sure that the ladies and I can handle it. But, are you all on your own this morning?
Yes, I actually had an errand and wondered if I could use the tunnel.
Oh, of course. Feel free.
Provided Viessa's down there and not, she points to Jojo's stairs.
She's not upstairs. So I would assume she's down in her haunt.
Thanks. Thought it was easier than climbing under the docks.
You made a good choice there, I think.
Thank you. Hopefully she'll see me.
I don't see why not. All right. You make your way back.
She gives a look and then goes down.
He just grins at you. You make your way into the back room, down into the root cellar. You open up the trapdoor, go down the ladder. Sorry about that. And make your way into the tunnels. And you know pretty much how to get down into the complex at this point. So as you're headed down, there are people here and there doing various and sundry things, and some of them just kind of give you the stink eye, while others look for a minute and then just kind of nod and raise their hand and
polite and say hello to people as I go.
All right.
Without interrupting them. I don't want them to get in trouble.
And you get down into sort of the main hallway. And where do you want to look for her?
Well, there's usually like a guard or something right at that main door. We can't get into the... We usually end up right at the speakeasy, and then her office is off of there, right? We've been in her office. I just don't remember.
Yep, you can get there from the speakeasy. You can also get there from the main hallway. It's just 2 separate entrances.
And just real quick, Jeff, the map on this Zoom is Thunder's Edge. I just noticed.
Yep. Yep. I was prepping things, so
Sorry.
There we go.
Hey.
Back to where it should be. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
You see there is a guard standing outside the door to her office, but there is not a guard standing outside the door to the speakeasy.
Okay, then I'll presume she's in her office and go to the guard there.
Yeah, definitely not ready for this.
Sorry.
Didn't even get the dice out yet, so. But that's okay.
Nice.
Yep. He watches you as you walk in, and he says, Lady Aribell.
I was wondering if Viessa was available.
I'll check. Wait here. And he knocks on the door and then opens it and steps in. And almost immediately opens the door and says, come on in.
She walks in. Thank you.
You see Viessa's sitting behind her desk, working on paperwork of some kind. And she looks up and... Well, this is a bit of a surprise, but... I'm not particularly busy, so it's fine. What can I do for you?
Sorry to interrupt. I didn't quite know how to make an appointment.
I can understand that.
Does she have like chairs?
Yeah.
That's what sit down. I actually came to see how you were doing.
How I'm doing? I'm fine. Why?
Well, you had an emotional couple of weeks, and I just wanted to check on you.
Oh. Well, that's odd.
Well, I mean, maybe I'm being presumptuous, but I figure other than JoJo and that we're probably the closest people you have to friends that you don't pay and aren't afraid of you. So
I see we've decided to be blunt. All right.
I didn't think I should be any other way with you. But...
Well, I will say that if anyone asks, I will absolutely maintain that we are not friends. Because it would not do for me to be seen palling around with a paladin of Terrara. That just sends the wrong message. But...
vice versa is probably also, yeah.
But I have thought to myself that you seemed a bit less antagonistic towards me of late.
I care a lot about JoJo, and it didn't seem to do much good.
Well, that makes two of us.
And I understand the pain that you went through, and I wouldn't wish that on anyone.
Oh, that's true. I'd forgotten that. Oh dear. I suppose we are becoming friends.
Don't tell anybody.
How disturbing. Well, in light of that realization, I'm maintaining. He's back up and around as if nothing ever happened, so there are times when I can forget. And things are fairly normal, but periodically, usually when he cuts a finger cooking or stubs his toe, every time there's the slightest noise of discomfort, it all flashes back. So, I think it's getting easier I'm less worried about him from moment to moment. But that was quite a shock. It's not something that I would soon repeat. And if he tries to do anything like that again and survives, I'll kill him myself.
Sorry that I made you see him like that. I suppose it would have been better to wait. Just
No.
I thought you should be there.
And you were correct. I wanted to be there. I needed to be there. I needed to see the truth of it and see him returned. They say you don't value something until it's gone. In that I've been fortunate, because it's been gone, and now it's not. But I now understand exactly what my feelings are, and have even admitted it to myself. I haven't admitted it to him yet, but I've admitted it to myself.
I think he probably knows.
Indeed. He's an astute judge of character, but he is a little bit blinded when it comes to me. So I'm saving it for the right occasion.
I think Jojo knows exactly what he's getting with you.
Well, I've kept no secrets from him. He knew of me. Now he both knows of me and knows me.
I said I just wanted to make sure that you were okay.
I appreciate that. It's still very strange, but I'm sure I'll get used to this as well.
Well, we don't have to, go shopping or have tea, but...
Oh, good. I hate tea. I start my day with a wonderful glass of wine, and then I have a second one, and then I have breakfast, and then I have a couple glasses before lunch, and then I may or may not have lunch.
How do you stay upright?
You build a tolerance, dear. I've been doing this for quite some time. But it's fortuitous, actually, that you came by. I've come across an interesting little rumor that I thought, especially given your new status, courtesy of Lord Bonethane, that you might be interested in.
What's that?
Since Lady Lena has, with your aid, deposed Zagran and Yasef, I have actually managed to get a couple people embedded in Strafsamen's Dawn that so far have been able to maintain their colors and actually start providing me with some basic information. But one of the things that they've reported to me is a little disturbing.
Oh?
There's a rumor beginning to circulate that Lady Lena has employed a rather nefarious henchman. Are you familiar with the race known as doppelgangers?
What I need to roll?
Yeah, you need a history check, because they are not common in Aecathan at all.
Dirty 20.
You know of them. And what you know is they are bipedal creatures who are inherently deformed in their natural state, but they are also masters of assuming other visages. It's an innate ability for them to simply shift themselves into a different form, which makes them the perfect infiltrator. But you also know that, at least as far as history tells, they are unfailingly evil.
That's curious.
Indeed. And while I personally have no issue employing those whose views on the world may not necessarily match mine, as long as they're useful, and as long as they can be kept under control, this is a rumor that I believe could be damaging to the reputation that I thought Lady Lena was trying to build.
I agree.
And given that you are now our official representative to this new community, I thought perhaps you should be aware that this rumor is circulating.
I appreciate that. I will speak to her as soon as I can.
I thought perhaps it would be appropriate for you to know this, given at least my understanding is that one of the abilities your lady gives you is eyes that can sense evil.
Yes.
Well, if she is employing such a creature, regardless of what visage it currently possesses, it is still evil.
Perhaps Tasha and I can pay a visit to her aunt.
Probably not a bad idea. If you find yourself in need, speak with Tafric at whatever the name of that horrible place is.
Brothel?
No, the what passes for an inn.
Oh, the one in the outside area?
Yes.
Yeah, we've been there.
The name escapes me.
You trust us with one of your operatives? After what we did to Wiggy?
You didn't do anything to Wiggy. Wiggy made a choice. And I let him know in no uncertain terms how I felt about that choice.
Yeah, we saw the...
Ah, the Laughing Orc. That's it. Abysmal place. Hopefully Lady Lena will find someone reputable to run it and perhaps change the name.
I appreciate the information and we will look into it. We don't have much planned between now and the Dragon Festival.
Yes, I'm looking forward to the Dragon Festival. I have several promising young novices that I plan to turn loose in the crowd.
We'll be here for the day, and then our plan is to travel to Thunder's Edge.
All right.
The Susaran will be there. We've invited Jojo to come with us after. Perhaps if you can get away and he's ready for that, you can join us. Well,
All right.
as long as you don't pick on Wiggy.
I have had my say with Wigilliam. We have an understanding now. When next we meet, hopefully it will be cordial. It will be on my part.
I know you're very busy. I appreciate you letting me drop by unannounced.
Of course. For friends, my door is always open.
Have a good day.
And you as well.
I leave.
Okay.
Head back to the estate to fill in Tasha. Well, everyone.
Right. All right. Well, as it turns out, and this is one of our sort of summaries here, you have to wait a little bit to tell Gwen. Because you find out Gwen is actually at your parents' house, meeting with your mother. And during the week, Gwen is fairly busy, both during the day and in the evening. During the day, she's undergoing a crash course in the demands of being a noble. With your mother gives her advice on wardrobe, and over the first 2 or 3 days brings her up to speed on the noble's calendar, on what is expected of a noble in terms of appearances and that sort of thing, and also gives her a primer on basic etiquette. This does not go well.
Really hard to sit still this long.
And after the second day of etiquette training, there's a conversation in which your mother decides that clearly I am not the person to teach you these sorts of things. I don't seem to be doing a very good job of it, so
I'm sorry, I'm crying.
I understand, but you need someone who is a bit more practiced in the art of teaching this sort of thing. So I have made arrangements for you to spend the day tomorrow with Niven Pervir.
Who?
Niven Pervir. He is the expert on etiquette in court and for the nobles. When I am uncertain about something, he is who I consult. And so I have made arrangements for you to work with him, and he will be able to teach you the rest of the basics and then some of the more advanced elements of noble etiquette as well. And I hope that 2 days will be sufficient, because then I have also made arrangements for you to see Dwarfik.
Who's that?
Oh, Dwarfik Windbelt. He is a bard of some renown. He is the person responsible for writing most of the favorite dances of the different noble houses.
Dancing's okay.
We will see. He will put your dexterous abilities to the test, because he is going to teach you the basics of all of the dances currently in vogue in the courts of the nobles. So be prepared to work. He is a genius. He is also a bit of a taskmaster.
Okay.
And
well,
I hope that you are not sensitive about your bodice.
my bodice?
That will be about where his nose is.
Oh.
He is dwarven.
Okay. No, as long as he's not.
To my understanding, that particular part of the anatomy holds no interest for him. as neither does any other part of your anatomy for that matter.
Okay. Very good. I will do my best. I am determined to figure this out and to do a good job.
It speaks well of you that you are so committed to this. It demonstrates that Lord Bonthane was wise in choosing this for you.
Well,
And-
it is part of my duty and my honor, and I don't want to let down my clan.
All excellent sources of motivation, if I suspect not the entirety of it.
What do you mean?
I am going to make certain assumptions. You may correct me if I am wrong. But I notice a particular absence. In that there is a young man who is no longer here.
No one of note.
Then my assessment of the situation is quite accurate. Part of what is motivating you is the desire to prove, perhaps to him, perhaps to yourself, perhaps to the world, that you are more than one thing. That you can master these, what must be quite foreign skills, and move successfully into a different life.
I don't have anything to prove to him.
Of course.
And I know who I am. And it's changing, but I'm not changing. I don't have to change. I'm just picking up some new skills, but that's not changing who I am.
You are going to have to change a little. Nobles do not usually engage in much of the type of things that you have previously done. By the way, nor do they wander the dockward looking for fights.
But that's usually how I relieve stress.
Well, you are going to have to find something else. Perhaps you could try embroidery.
Are you serious?
Yeah, I find it very calming.
I find breaking kneecaps calming.
Yes, you are going to have to change a little. Such behavior is frowned upon in the noble courts.
Well, perhaps if some of their kneecaps were broken, then they'd have something else to pay attention to.
And that is largely how the last war of nobility got started, so I would not recommend it. It was an ugly period.
I will do my best to not break any kneecaps. Unless someone really, really asks for it.
I shall count on your discretion and your wish not to dishonor your clan or your new estate. Everything you do reflects on everyone in your employ. You
Really?
set the example for your staff.
Huh.
Huh, indeed. Just
So if I do things, then they're going to do them too? Like,
if for instance, you were to come upon a young man from another noble house, and he said something to which you took offense, and instead of simply telling him that what he said was offensive, you decide to stab him in the stomach with a dagger.
well met.
This will become public knowledge in a matter of hours. And from that point on, people will make certain assumptions about you, but those assumptions will carry over to your staff and your guards, and they will be treated differently based on what you have done.
Like they will be afraid of me and not mess with me?
More like there will be certain factions in town who simply will not engage with them, which will inhibit your ability to gather supplies. If you have anyone trying to gather information for you, people may not talk to them. Your major domo, when they leave the estate, will come under some suspicion, because how you act directly reflects on your staff. They, working for you, will carry your reputation out into Erma.
I see.
Being in the nobility is a bit like living in a small town where everyone knows everyone else's business. The grapevine through the nobility is vast and very quick.
So how do I deal with these situations when people are being offensive?
Well, my first piece of advice would be do not stab them. It is acceptable that if a gentleman is being rude, a lady may slap him once to demonstrate their displeasure. That is what in the nobility is known as a proportional response. Stabbing them would be a disproportional response.
I see. Well, this is useful information, and clearly I do still have a lot to learn. Maybe I'm going to have to leave one of my daggers at home.
You will have to be very sensitive about if you are seen carrying any weapons at all when you attend noble functions.
Any weapons?
Yes,
I'm
nobles.
supposed to go to these unarmed.
Nobles do not openly carry weapons to noble functions. There is an implied truce at public events that is enforced by the will of Lord Bonthane and by the Guiding Council of Nobles in an attempt to prohibit another noble war breaking out.
Okay. No stabbing, no weapons. Only slapping people.
No visible weapons.
So, like, I could carry a dagger on my thigh?
Yes. Or in your boot, if it was well concealed.
Okay. All right. So, I need to get some items to make sure that my weapons are hidden.
Yes.
Oh, I once saw this person who had a hair pick and they stabbed people with it.
That is a very clever way to conceal a dirk.
All right, so I need to get one of the. I'm taking notes. Like, okay, boot knife, thigh knife, hair stabber.
Do
Anything else?
keep in mind that on many of these occasions you will be wearing a dress and appropriate footwear that will not be boots.
Oh. So that's why I need the hair thing.
Or something cleverly concealed in your bodice.
Okay. Sure. Bodice stabber. Got it. So I'm going to need to get some different weaponry than what I've enjoyed in the past.
Most likely.
Any other weapons I should know about?
My husband did tell me once about seeing a gentleman who had a sheath that was tucked into their sleeve that worked with a spring that would launch a knife into the person's hand when they moved their wrist a certain way. But I do not know anyone who makes such things.
That was going to be my next question. Where in town would I go to find such weaponry?
It is probably better if you do not make such purchases in Irma.
Oh, okay, that's
you
true.
have an obvious connection with Thunder's Edge, so should you return there, no one would think it that strange. But that would be an excellent opportunity to pick up whatever it is that you're seeking in a place where the nobility here will likely have no way of knowing.
Okay, so when we go to Thunder's Edge and for the festival, well, around the time of the festival, I can look then. That'll be good. I'll do that. Thank you. I didn't think we'd be talking about weapons today, so this is unexpected.
I thought this subject might come up.
This is good stuff.
Well, please know that Niven will not be interested in speaking about weapons at all. And Dofak may want to talk about them, but only after you have satisfied him in terms of your memorization of the different dance forms. He is dwarven, so he does like weapons, but he likes dancing even more.
I like dancing. I just don't know the dances from this area. I'm more familiar with, like, folk dances.
You will find the dancing that the nobles do much more restrained. So do not be disappointed if it does not turn out to be as free as some of your folk dances perhaps are.
They are sounding a little less fun already.
Well, there is a subtle delight in being better than the other ladies on the floor.
Oh, like a competition?
All of nobility is a competition.
Oh, well, that's different.
But
So it's sort of a way to kick somebody's ass, like on the dance floor.
and you choosing the profession that you have. Although in the desert I am not entirely certain what the wildlife may be like, but if you are familiar with the mating displays of birds, the male usually puts on a display that includes movement, includes exhibition of whatever particular colors the species of bird has, and it is the one who does the best that gets the female.
Okay.
In the nobility, it is not done for mating purposes, it is done for social ranking purposes. There is an innate rank according to the level of house that you are, but there is also a social rank in terms of your performance at noble gatherings. If you are able to demonstrate a greater knowledge of the etiquette expected of a perfect noble, that will show up certain people who do not have those skills. If you are able to accurately perform the dances with a certain level of aplomb, but at the same time with a certain unique style, that also will put you into a different social category, because there are many in the nobility who cannot do such things.
Oh, I think I can bring a little something extra to the dance.
Be very careful. Anything that would suggest disrespect to the official forms will not be taken as a positive.
I'll ask. I'll ask first.
Dwarfik will be able to explain this, and you should probably check any impulses you might have for improvisation with him.
Okay.
And he will tell you whether or not it will be smiled upon or frowned upon.
Will do. So when do I start working with him?
You will be meeting Niven tomorrow. You will be meeting him at his offices, and I will have someone deliver the address to your estate, so you will know where you are going. And you are scheduled to work with him over the next 2 days. And then the following day, you will begin your instructions with Dwarfik. And he is currently scheduled for 2 days of lessons. And then you will, I hope, return here, because we will have sent out to Solash some basic designs, and he will have some things for you to try on, some things that will need fitting. Oh, I almost forgot. When I spoke with Sulash about this, he requested that you loan him the services of someone named Girta. He said that he would be able to accomplish what I have asked him to do in the time I have asked him to do it, but he will need help.
I'll ask Girta if she's willing to help out. I think they're friends, so I think it'll be okay.
Ah, well then most likely she will be willing to help. What sort of relationship have you formed so far with this Girta? I assume this is your maid.
Yes, I mean, she seems really nice. She's a little prone to eavesdropping, and so I've told her to keep her ear to the ground. I think she is pretty in tune with the network here in Erma. So I've asked her to just kind of be aware of what's happening around us and let me know if there's anything that might be advantageous.
Good. Then you have a secrets master, which you will need.
Very good.
All right. Well, go and get some rest. You will be meeting with Niven in the morning, and you will need all of your wits about you.
Thank you. And your help has been invaluable, and I do appreciate it.
I am pleased to have been able to help, and I hope that these other instructors that I have recommended will also help.
I'm sure they will. So I'm going to head back, check in with Tosk, and in my copious spare time, I'm working on reading that Book of Wisdom
Mm-hmm.
that we acquired.
Yep, you read that for several hours before bed each night. So by the end of the week, you will have completed that particular tome and have the benefits.
And when I talk with Tosk, I'm going to mention to him the plan that that we've developed for the next couple of days. I'm also going to ask about the availability of a stables, either something that we could rent out or borrow that's close to the estate, and I think I'll ask about the nearby neighboring properties and whether that's something that could be acquired so that we have sufficient space to develop a stable.
He tells you that he will happily look into that for you. It may take a couple days.
Sure.
Just because he has to go to the Hall of Records and figure out exactly what property is available, what property is already claimed, if there is more property to what are technically your lands that are not being used at the moment.
Okay.
He's not sure about that, but he says he will find out.
Very good. Thank him. And are the others going to be around in the evening for meals?
I have no idea. You don't have any idea at the moment.
For meal times?
I'm just hanging out and practicing my lute. So yeah, I'm relaxing.
So I assume that they're going to be around at meal times, unless I know that some of them had talked about traveling, but until they leave, I'll assume that we'll all be around for meal times.
Yep. Zorith, is going to be gone for a few days because she's planning on going back to the tower to work with Master Oberys. She's planning on swinging through Thunder's Edge.
Okay.
So, in fact, Zorith.
Yes. I want to go to the tower. Whoa, wait.
Well, you receive a message through the Sending Stone from Oloric.
Okay.
Who says, "Hello, I hope I'm not catching you at a bad time. I was curious if you might have an evening free sometime before the festival. I have plans."
Oh, Peaches. And in the calendar, one of those days Sunday? In the calendar before whatever we're doing, so that I know that he would have...
Yes, tomorrow is Sunday. The following Sunday is the festival.
Got it. Okay, before I do that, I believe I've got to give Tasha and Aribell a ride to Stratham, the Dawn. I've got to make sure that they can get there.
That actually, at this point, is not scheduled until sometime during the week.
Yeah, go first.
Okay. I will tell him I can meet him tomorrow.
Okay. You know
And
he
then-
received the message, but obviously you can only use this once a day, so he can't reply.
Oh, so I will see him tomorrow. Oh, shoot. I run and find Tasha.
Yes.
Hey, I need you to send a message to Oloric for me.
Okay.
I need you to ask him like when and where I should meet him for our plans. And when and where and what kind of finery
Clothing?
do I need to what do I need to be wearing? Oh, I guess I can get that from the forehouse, but I need to know where and when.
Oloric. Where would you like to meet up with Zori? And
When?
what was the other? And
What
when?
time?
And what time would you like to meet up with Zori?
And what should she wear?
And do you have an idea of what she should wear? You can reply to this message.
Yeah, you were out of words before that.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and everybody knows you. If you've talked to them before, they all know that you can reply.
Okay.
Yep. There's a pause, and you hear Aloric's voice. Late afternoon, early evening. She can come to the Ivory's Wrath, and she should be comfortable.
Well, Silvertones says that
Fuck you.
that you should be comfortable. So wear what you like. And you should show up at the Ivory's Wrath in late afternoon or early evening. Does that help?
A lot, thank you.
Anything else I can do for you at this time, my lady?
No,
All right, I'm going to go back to playing my lute then.
thank you.
Have fun.
Uh,
Don't do anything I wouldn't do.
Yes, I, you know, about that,
Yes?
I don't know if that's what I want.
Well, I think the importance of this is to just spend time with Oloric and don't worry about that stuff.
Okay, I can do that.
Okay.
All right. Okay, and then I will wait until my time in the rest of the everythings. Is it now? It's now.
Yeah, it's now. It's now.
Okay.
So,
All right, let's do this.
all right. So,
I am going to teleport.
okay.
Because I don't want to have to do all the.
Getting permission and stuff.
Yeah, Airlockus and stuff. He doesn't need to know I'm coming into town. I just want to come into town real quick.
Okay.
Oh, so we have had at least one long rest. Let me
Mhm.
take my long rest in between here. Okay. And I would like to teleport. Is there a space outside the Ivory's Wrath that I'll just teleport to the house.
Okay.
I'll go mid-afternoon to the house.
Okay.
And I will teleport to the house and check out the house and see what it's doing, see where it's going. Oh, are the Sassar in here yet?
That's a good question.
It is a good question.
They are not.
They are not. Okay. So I run in the house, everything looks fine.
Yep. Make a perception check.
Okay. Ugh, crap, perception. Oh, not too bad. 17.
As you are sort of moving around, checking everything, you hear the door to the basement click open.
That's what I needed.
And you see this little gray face kind of peering out.
Hi, Zach.
Oh. You. Good. Hi.
Hi. I just wanted to tell you it's going to be really busy here. Lots of people staying on the property.
Oh. Well,
But also,
we'll stay gone.
okay, but also 7 days from now, is it 7, 6, 7 days from now, there's a big party and one of the dragons might show up in the sky. So, and I give him the details as much as I know of. And I tell him I'll find out more because Wiggy and Oloric will know more something, and so I will tell him more later.
Zek would like to see Dragon again.
I know you would like to see Dragon again, so that's why I figured I would tell you. And there's going to be a lot of people on the grounds, so sorry.
We'll need potions.
May not be a bad idea.
Zek will get to work.
And he closes
Okay.
the door.
Makes me want to cry every single time I talk to him because he's so stinking adorable. Well, at least I told him about the dragons. That should be exciting. Okay. I go upstairs and I get into something comfortable. A mid dress with a bodice, and it has a hood on my mid dress. It's black with green vines on it.
All right.
And I head off to the raft.
Okay. Well, you arrive there. Let's see. You see Oloric behind the bar. As you walk in, there's no one else in the room.
Oh, there's no one else in the bar?
Nope.
Oh, it's Sunday though.
It's Sunday night.
Okay, yeah, okay, right. Hello.
Hello. You look very nice.
Thank you. It is comfy. It's nice but comfy, so.
Excellent. He proceeds to take off his apron, and you see that he's actually dressed in nice trousers. He's got on a clean white shirt and a bright blue vest that sort of seems to accent his skin tone.
Ooh. I'm gonna have to be doing things and taking notes.
Where we're going is not far.
Excellent.
We are both going to have what I hope will be a very nice meal, but we're also going to be helping some friends at the same time.
Oh, excellent. I love that. I'm ready.
I thought you would appreciate it.
Absolutely.
So he goes over, opens the door, and steps to the side.
I follow him.
Well, he opens the door for you to go out.
I precede him.
And he walks out and then kind of stands there for a second like he's trying to remember something, and then with almost a start, he kind of holds his arm out.
Oh, I take his arm.
Okay. He takes you for a walk down the street and into the inner enclave. where he walks a couple blocks, takes a turn, and takes you to a very nice-looking building. And you see that there is a post out front for a sign, although there is no sign yet. And he walks up and knocks on the door. And
I'm excited.
the door opens, and
Is it Gilliam?
you see Hue.
Hugh. Well, hello.
Well, hello there. Oh, Oloric, you didn't tell me that you were bringing her. Oh, this is going to be even more fun. Wait till Kara finds out. Well, come in. And you walk in the door and walk into what looks like a very nice, small restaurant.
Oh.
And he says, I think it's going to be pretty clear where you're supposed to sit because we've only got one table set up at the moment. But have a seat. I'll go and let Kara know that you're here.
Okay, and Nikki doesn't remember. Does Zorith know who Kara is, Kara?
Nope. You've never heard that
Okay.
name before.
Okay.
Because Hugh's partner's name is Sar.
Right? That's what I thought.
And
Okay.
Hugh walks back and goes through a pair of swinging doors. And Oloric walks over and pulls out a chair.
Thank you. When I sit down.
And then he goes and takes the chair across the table. Go ahead and make a perception check.
So poopy. It's not horrible. It's 16. I roll low. I finally have decent perception, so.
Okay. You see Oloric kind of glance toward the door, and you sort of follow his gaze, and you both see an eye looking through the crack in the door, and then the door swings shut, and Oloric just chuckles. I believe Sar is here as well.
Oh, okay.
That would make sense. This place is a restaurant that will soon be opening, that will be managed, and the food cooked by Hue and Sar's niece, Kara.
Kara.
I believe, if she has not changed her mind again, that the establishment will be known as the Lavender Heart.
Oh, that's nice. She's been running through many different names.
Yes. Although I
always-
believe that her uncles have convinced her to stick with that one.
Find one, stay with it.
Well, it's getting towards opening, and she will need someone to make the sign, and that does take a little while.
True. We'll be able to let her know how well she does. That's exciting.
And that is the help.
Mm-hmm. Excellent.
When Hugh mentioned this to me, I thought it might be the perfect opportunity for us to have an evening and help some friends at the same time.
Excellent. I do like this. It's great.
So the door swings open, and you see Sar step out, and he's carrying...
I wave, a little wave.
He just kind of grins at you as he walks over. He's carrying a bottle of wine and 2 glasses. He sits them down. Well, this is a pleasant surprise. I knew that that Oloric would be coming, but I didn't know he was bringing you, Zorith, so that's nice to see ya.
Nice to see you too.
Cotter said that white would go better with this particular meal. I don't agree, but I'm not the one in charge. So you have a very nice white wine here, and I've got another bottle in the back should you finish this one and want more. But
right.
the first course should be out shortly. She's fine-tuning. She's so nervous.
Oh gosh, it's just us.
Well, but it's the first time that she's cooked for anybody but Hue and I.
Right.
And so, yeah, she's a bit nervous, but she's a good girl. And she's good at what she does. I think you like it.
Excellent. Thank you.
Enjoy. And he goes back. And Oloric reaches over and pours your glass and then his, and picks up his glass and says, "To an evening with friends."
To an evening with friends. And I ding the glass.
Mm-hmm. It is
Magic.
it is pretty good.
It is pretty good. I like it.
The door swings open and you see this charming-looking young halfling woman walk out. She's even shorter than Hue and Sar.
Oh, yeah.
And she's carrying 2 plates, like, held up in the air so that she can slide them onto the table. But she says, "Oloric, nice to see you again. And my uncles say that your name is Zorith."
It is. I am Zorith. Lovely to meet you.
"It's lovely to meet you too. I appreciate both of you coming in and letting me try out my menu.
Absolutely.
I hope you'll enjoy it. We're starting off with a sugar snap pea salad.
Ooh.
Lettuce,
Sounds amazing.
lettuce, snap peas, almonds, a little bit of mint, and just a sprinkling of ricotta cheese."
I'm in. Are we writing that one down for
I know, right? That sounds good.
I'm in. Thank you. And I take and do the things.
All right. Let's see here. It's pretty good.
Oh, good.
She got a 19 on the performance check for that.
Ooh, very good for her.
Yep.
Good
So, yeah,
Um,
it's quite tasty. It's got a very, very light but tangy dressing mixed in.
So, Oloric, you know so much of us, and we know so little of you. You said you got to meet one of the original 4, and you are a rogue, and there's so much about you we don't know.
A bit of a reformed rogue at this point, but
It's okay. I mean, you still did fun things, and
I did seem to remember my skills when I met Brandy.
right, that's so exciting.
It was intimidating. Here was a hero of legend, and
Right.
I was fortunate enough to be able to fight alongside her, something that I never in my wildest dreams thought could happen.
Yes, that sounds simply amazing.
Well, what would you like to know? I'm happy to tell you anything.
How did you get the wrath?
Well, I don't believe I have ever told you, but I actually am originally from Erma.
Oh, No, I did not know that.
I was born in the dock ward, and unfortunately became an orphan quite young. I never knew my father, and my mother was killed before I was 2. So I became what in those days was called a ward of the city.
Mm-hmm.
And when I was old enough to apprentice, I was apprenticed to Master Frostbeard at the Dead Orc's Mace. It was where my mother had worked, and he was kind enough to take me on. I worked there until I was about 15, and I finished my apprenticeship, and at that point I had begun to think that perhaps being a smith was not what I wanted to do. But I had on occasion been able to visit a couple of the inns across the river and found it very interesting, the choices that they would make in terms of decor, in terms of atmosphere, in terms of choice of what to serve. And I decided that perhaps I would like to investigate the idea of learning those skills, looking perhaps to one day open my own establishment. Master Frostbeard was nice enough to provide introduction to a brewery and inn in Kilcross, the Windcross Inn.
Do I remember that? Is that the one?
Interestingly enough, that's the one Sekuthos took you to meet his family.
Okay. That's interesting. I think I've been there. And as I say that, I am going to reach back in the depths of my mind to see if I can remember anything. Please roll high on history because you're going to have to enlighten me.
Okay.
I don't remember if I got a 15, so plus 2 is 17. A brief overview of that, sir, please.
1 moment.
Oh,
I just
sorry, I screwed us both up. Sorry.
No, that's fine. I just have to get to the right place in the book.
Sorry, guys, this feels like it's going to take a while, but at least you'll get to learn some lore.
Yep. You remember going there and you met the person that Sekuthos identified as his cousin, Sustok. Another gnome who was both in charge of the inn and was the brewmaster for the inn.
Okay, and I will say I think I've been there before, and I will let Oloric keep talking. I'm not going to interrupt him yet.
There, I honed not only my innkeeping skills and my newfound brewing skills, but I also became friends with Master Sustok. And
I've actually met him.
indeed, he is a lovely person. But I found him to be almost too kind, in that he would allow people to treat him badly
Oh.
in his rush to not offend. And so I began to use the other skills that came naturally to me, and those who treated him poorly left with lighter pockets than they might otherwise have left with. And whatever I was able to secure, I would keep half, and I would slip the other half in the till.
That is very generous and very kind.
Well, he was good to me, and was an excellent teacher. And,
Yes, you are an excellent innkeeper.
well, I learned it from him.
Great.
And after I had learned what he had to teach me, I had amassed a reasonable sum of money. And so I departed to, I believe he called it seek my fortune, but more seek where to use my fortune. I traveled around Strofsamen's End.
Right.
I traveled to Greenborough and looked for opportunities there. I'd found none. So I traveled south to Romani Keep and looked for opportunities there. And again, there were none to find. Eventually, I ended up here in Thunder's Edge. And through some liberal use of my less than professional skills, I was able to uncover that there was an establishment in the Outer Enclave known as the Boar's Tusk, and its owner was an aging dwarf named Gerard Hammerspark. And rumor was he was looking to retire.
Oh, wow, that's excellent.
And so I made Master Hammerspark's acquaintance, became a regular at his establishment, and eventually he began to speak to me of his desire to pass the establishment on to someone else and retire. And I made him an offer. He ended up haggling me up to a much higher price than I had originally intended. He was very good at that. But we did come to an agreement. He retired, and I took over as the owner of the Boar's Tusk, renamed it the Ivory's Wrath, and set about the rather arduous process of getting the city used to me.
I know. I don't know, but I'm starting to. I'm sorry, I can never know. This is going to be part of my identity as being a member of the already famous four. And so I can't possibly know what it was like to try to endure that on your own, and I'm sorry
And
if it was difficult.
He kind of reaches out across the table and gently runs a couple of his fingers along the scales at your hairline and says, "Well, you have become a bit unique yourself. I hope that you do not experience what I went through."
Unfortunately, I I believe that was your burden, and I'm sorry you had to bear it. I don't believe that I will be treated with any indecency or indelicately, just because of who I am and what people will think of their stupid. I'm sorry.
And I appreciate it. But I have made my place. The Wrath now has sufficient reputation that even those who come in who might be put off by my appearance seem to accept it once they see that everyone else here has.
Yes.
So the work has been long, but successful. At this point, the doors swing open again, and you see Kara coming out, carrying 2 plates. The scent coming off these plates is incredible.
Right.
And she sits it down on the table, and as she's gathering up the salad plates, she says, "All right, well, this is a porchetta, orange, garlic, a little bit of chili, and just a skosh of nutmeg. And the potatoes on the side have been roasted in garlic and rosemary. So, enjoy."
The salad was fabulous.
"Thank you." And she hustles back in. And yeah, the scent coming off the porchetta is complex and enticing.
I am excited. Please let this go well.
Oh yeah. 25
Ooh,
for her
yeah.
performance check for this.
Nice.
It's
I
very good.
dig in, and I threw a mouthful because I'm starving. When am I not? Why the Wrath? Why did you name it Ivory's Wrath?
It's a little wrong voice. It's a little embarrassing, but it's actually one of the few things that I remember my mother saying. That was her curse when something would go wrong.
The Ivory's Wrath?
She would just say, "Ivory's Wrath."
I love it.
Much the way that someone would simply say, "Damn." I never knew where it came from. I don't know in particular what it means, but it's one of the few phrases that I remember. And so I chose to repurpose the phrase and honor my mother at the same time.
I like it. It's excellent.
Well, as I say, the food is very good.
Yep. We make small talk.
He asks for more details about
The end,
what happened
the dawn.
in Strafsimans,
I tell
and
him.
what Lena has
I-
intended for the city at this point.
We'll tell him basics that we kind of basically don't know. Aerolacus, Athgar. Oh, and then I get into the story of Athgar and Gwenlaryn and how that's not so well. And if we don't see Athgar again, hey, let me know if you see him. That he's okay. You don't have to tell me.
He looks very thoughtful as he's listening to this.
Insight check.
Go ahead and roll.
Ooh, a 14. Oh, just a 15. Does he already look like he already knows what I'm talking about?
No,
Okay.
no. He does not appear to have heard this before, although he seems maybe a little more interested than you thought he might be.
Mm. Why? What is going on within the powers that be here in Thunder's Edge?
Arelakis returned from the celebration at the Shouting Pirate with us.
Right.
And so Wiggy tells me, which it's possible it's true. Tremaine was under the impression that his son was dead because no one was able to find him. When Arelakis came back and informed him that he was not, Tremaine immediately demanded that his location be discovered, and has not been pleased that such has not happened. Apparently, young Athgar is still concealing his location.
Yeah, we learned that.
Messages have been sent magically. There have been no response.
Well, I do love Athgar, but he is a young buck that needs to do some learning, and
Well,
he is running away from so many responsibilities.
no, it seems to me that he has decided that he must find his own way, which is something that he's been trying to tell his father for years.
Yeah.
Arelakis has allowed him to escape, and
We furthered that by... No, he made his own choices. He
yes.
does have to find his own way. He can't be a attaché to the... I mean, I don't want to say an attaché to the Four, because he wasn't really, but he was, a traveling member of the Four, but he does need to find who he is and what he wants, because he certainly doesn't know what it is.
Tremaine is currently spending what Wiggy calls enormous sums of cash in trying to locate Athgar through conventional means, since magical means are bearing no fruit.
Right. We haven't talked to, and if you want to put this into Wiggy's ear so that he may get it into Tremaine's ear and say, even the Four haven't heard, I don't know, because Tremaine's not happy at the Four, but...
I believe that might be advantageous for him to know that you are in the same boat that he is, that this is not something that you have chosen for his son, that
Right.
this is indeed something his son chose for himself, and all of us are at a loss.
You think I should go stop by myself?
No, I think your first impulse is correct. I will mention this to Wiggy and make certain that it is communicated through back channels.
Okay.
But it will reach
Yeah.
Tremaine's ears, I'm certain.
We have no idea. He is wearing a magical amulet to remove from scry.
That would explain the failures.
Yes. And he's taken an amulet and some other things. She did not say what other things they were, correct?
Correct.
I'll just tell Oloric that. And then I say, Gwen, we told you that Athgar had died because of combat and the way that things happened, and Gwen saw it and didn't really realize how much she cared for him until that happened, and now she is kind of lost, and we're just trying to help her through it the best we can, but
This must be very difficult for her.
It is. And
If- If you think it appropriate, please tell her that my thoughts are with her.
I will. If it comes up. I'm not going to just volunteer that
Of course.
on the own. I do want to say this, though. I am having a lovely time. We do need to get to know each other better. And as friends is probably all we can be right now. I really don't know what my life is like. I don't know what I want, but I know you are very dear to me, and I will keep you at the very top of my list. There is no list right now. You're just the only one, but I just, I don't know what I want.
You see his cheeks take on a slight purplish hue. And he says, I'm very happy that you're enjoying yourself. I hoped you would. I'm enjoying myself as well. At which point the doors swing open again.
Thank God.
And out comes Kara with Hue in tow this time.
Ooh.
Because she's carrying 2 plates and Hue is carrying what looks to be a small sort of gravy boat type container. And she walks out and sort of sets down the plates, and you see something brown and red with a really nice sweet aroma to it. And Hugh walks up and sets the gravy boat on the table, and you see that it's filled with some sort of light, thick liquid. And as she's gathering the dinner plates, she says, "And for dessert, raspberry walnut tort with a sweet heavy cream sauce."
Lord.
So,
And I do reach out my hand to put it on Oloric. It's like, boy, you certainly know how to pick them.
I had no idea what the menu would be, so I was simply counting on Lady Kara's expertise. And she kind of stops and looks over her shoulder and says, "You're such a nice man." And turns and walks in, and Hugh just kind of looks over and smiles and gives Oloric a nod like, "Thanks," and follows her into the kitchen.
Okay, so.
And this one is a 21.
Excellent. Zorith is going to make about 3 internal struggles right now.
Okay.
Okay, I don't know how to do this. I don't know how to roll. I don't know what to do. But in my head, I look to where Kara has gone, and I start calculating her age. And I'm smiling and being polite and looking at Oloric. Start to try to tabulate in my mind. And then I just kind of stop and just enjoy the dinner.
Okay.
Because
All right.
I owe him at least that.
All right. Well,
Not for me. I'm sorry. Right? That was the understanding, that not woo woo, she's hot, but more of a, I can place those two together and maybe he would be happier, right? Did that come across? Probably not. But that's what I was thinking.
Well, make an insight check.
20, dirty 20.
The look he gave her was kind but very brief, and he turned his attention back to you very quickly.
Okay. Right.
So there doesn't, whatever there might be from her to him, there doesn't seem to be any interest there from him to her.
Right. Of course not. I feel so bad. Okay. Okay.
Well, dessert is very good. And
It is lovely.
after you've finished, the doors swing open again, and you see both Hue and Sar kind of pushing Kara out the doors.
As she comes out, I start to clap, just like I did for.
And Oloric joins you. And she just kind of stops and looks like she's not quite sure how to cope with that, and then just seems to like remember manners and just kind of curtsies and says, "All right, especially you, Oloric, I'm counting on you to be honest. Is there anything that you'd change? Anything that I could do better in terms of presentation, or in terms of the taste palettes on the dishes?"
So, how big is this little establishment? How many tables is she gonna have?
It looks like about 8 at a time.
Okay.
Some of them are 4 tops. Some of them, like the one you're sitting at, is just set for 2.
So you're probably gonna need help fairly soon after you open, because people will be clamoring to come here. And relatively soon, you may be able to move into a bigger establishment, because you will be in that demand.
And she kind of looks like not sure how to take that, and she kind of looks at Oloric, and Oloric says, "She is one of the 4, you know." And you see this sort of look of realization dawn over Kara. She hadn't placed you. And then she just kind of goes, "Oh." And may I second everything that she said. This was amazing. From presentation to texture to taste to complimentary dishes, the order, there is nothing that I would change. Except perhaps a permanent reservation. And she kind of like dimples a little bit and flushes a little bit, and she says, "You've been so helpful. You'll be welcome here any time." "Yes, but I anticipate that I will have to make a reservation quite far in advance, because Zorith is correct. This is going to be an in-demand establishment."
The spot. And it will be the hot spot.
And it looks okay in here. I mean, everything, the decorations and everything. You said I could trust Wiggy, but I'm just double checking.
You can trust Wiggy, although I really would appreciate something to write with and some parchment, please.
"Oh, sure. Hold on." And she runs back in the kitchen, and you kind of overhear both Hue and Sar saying, "See, we told you."
And I ask Oloric, what's the best kind of review that can be given? Is it like 5 out of 5 stars, or is it 5 mead mugs, or what is it?
It varies from place to place and Town to town, really. I would simply write what you feel and do not quantify.
Excellent. Thank you.
And she comes back with a piece of parchment and a quill pen and an ink pot.
And I say, do you have any coffee? I would love some coffee.
Oh, of course. I'd be right back.
Thank you. And as she leaves, I furiously start writing.
All right. And Oloric's just kind of watching what you're writing and nodding to himself.
Lady Zorith Zircon, Special Ambassador Envoy to the Seps of the Dragons, however that is.
The metallic dragon seps. Yeah.
Metallic Dragon Seps. Is pleased to have been one of the first diners in this establishment. The food was amazing. The, ambiance, whatever it is.
Sure.
The
Ambiance is fine.
ambiance, exemplary, and what did I say? The food? Did I start with the food?
Yeah. You said the food
no.
was amazing.
The ambiance is amazing. The food is exemplary, and the owner and chef magical. And then I sign it, Lady Zorith.
Okay. And she comes back out with a couple saucers and a couple cups and a silver pot. Sits it down on the table and proceeds to pour coffee for both of you.
I don't know how much this can get you, like, attention-wise, but I am very proud to have been one of the first two people here, and I'm very honored Oloric brought me here, and and I just give her the piece of paper.
And she takes it and reads it quickly, and her eyes get really big.
Thank you. It was an excellent meal.
I don't know what to say. Thank you.
Well, have Wiggy find a silly frame for it and put it up somewhere where everybody can see it.
Oh, I absolutely will.
It'll be the talk, and you are already the talk. I promise. Your food was amazing. It's just one more little bump up, right?
Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. And you see that she's actually, like, her eyes are starting to tear.
I can't say you're second to none because I'm kind of partial to the Ivory's Wrath, so I thought if I worded it that way, you'd be okay with that. And I look at Oloric and give him a big grin.
And he's just like...
I mean, cook is good. Well, care is probably better. I don't know. I couldn't choose, but you are the inner enclave's number one.
And she just, like, stands for a second and then turn and runs into the kitchen.
And that always happens to me. People run away when I compliment them.
Oh, geez. Oloric just kind of puts his finger up, closes his eyes, and leans slightly toward the door.
I do the same thing. Oh, because he's a rogue, yeah. I do the same thing, but I obviously hear nothing.
Right. Well, I don't know. Roll perception. He got a natural 20. So.
Oh, I did not. I got a 10 plus perception is 16, dirty 16.
Okay. You can hear voices, but you can't quite make out what they're saying.
One's excited.
But Oloric says, I think perhaps you've just given her her first heirloom.
Oh my gosh.
She's crying, but happy
Oh.
crying. And both of her uncles are explaining to her that you're right and that she should definitely show this off. Hue is suggesting putting it in the front window.
That's fine. However it can help her. It was an amazing meal.
And the doors swing open and Hugh walks out. I knew that you were the right people. And I knew there was a reason that I liked all of you. She's so happy. I shouldn't be talking about it, and if she hears me, she's going to yell at me. But
It was amazing.
she's definitely very happy. And I just want to say from Sar and myself, thank you. This was very helpful, and it's going to give her the confidence that she needs to get through the problems that always crop up when you're opening a place.
Right.
But I think she's going to figure it out, and we'll be here to help if she needs us.
Yes, and I trust that you will give her the perfect help she'll need.
Well, we certainly try. We're going to be quite tired, but we can do without a little bit of sleep in order to help Kara get this place up and running.
She'll need her own help, of course, because she will be that much in demand. You two won't be able to continue to help her for long.
Aye, we know that. And we've already volunteered to help her interview people.
Oh, that's smart.
But I think she's going to do okay now. And
Yes.
in large part to the two of you being here tonight. So thank you for being so kind to my niece. To our niece.
Absolutely.
I do appreciate it.
Thank you for having us.
I'm glad you enjoyed yourself. I always knew that the lass was talented, but even I was a bit surprised. This is really good.
Yeah,
We
it's very good.
we sampled a little bit in the back.
As one should, always check before it goes out.
Aye. All right,
Well, thank you.
you're very welcome. We're gonna go help her clean up now. But it was nice to see you again, and do tell your comrades that we miss them, and we're looking forward to seeing them the next time that all of you land here on the edge.
We hope to be here after the Dragon Festival on next Sunday.
Oh, excellent. Well, we might just be able to see our way to sort of sitting aside a few goodies for you.
Right. Well, thanks. That would be great.
All right. Well, have a great evening, both of you.
Is it okay if we sip our coffee for a little bit and talk
Oh.
a little more?
Absolutely. Stay as long as you like.
Okay. I do want to ask Oloric about what the town's plans are for. I want to ask him what the town's plans are, whether he knows, like what's going to happen for the town and Wiggy and everything. And then I ask if he would tell Wiggy to maybe head on over to Zex and tell Zek what the plan is to see. I mean, I know that we don't know when the dragons are going to show up, but
Of course.
like to at least let him know what the activities in town will be like.
Of course. Well, at the current plan is that there's going to be something of a parade, although we're not entirely certain who all is participating, but
Those are the best kind of
Yes.
parades.
I'm sure there will be several people coming in at the last moment, so we're preparing for that. There are going to be some
Fancy
games.
shops
some-
open.
some games for the children. There will be
Oh yeah.
specials from the merchants. There are several places that are creating both food and drink specifically in a dragon theme.
Aww.
And there is a variety of entertainment at several establishments, as well as some roving musicians that will simply be playing in the streets here and there.
Oh, the Sasaran are coming to our house.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah,
You mentioned
so-
that.
They maybe Wiggy can pop in on them and perhaps
Of course.
I know they're fairly self-sufficient, but maybe he can explain who you are and what you mean to us, and they can come see you.
Of course. And yes, I was already planning on making my presence known and offering any assistance that they might need.
Oh, right.
And
okay.
then Lord Tremaine is scheduled to make an address, and Gego has mentioned that she will be making an appearance at the end.
The end. Okay, excellent.
She has also told me that there will be other dragons in attendance, but they will not be in winged form.
Okay.
She said it was for security.
Oh, absolutely.
Should there be any problems,
Right.
they
I
are
understand. I hope not.
taking no chances. And since this has not been secret planning, I do perceive the possibility that the Drogravanans may try something.
They may. They may try something many places, and we can only be aware that things may happen, and potentially here because you're so close to the Drogravanans, and yeah. So we're going to come by as soon as we can.
Good. It will be nice to see the rest as well.
Yes.
And if I do hear anything of Athgar, I will utilize that lovely stone and make certain
Thank you.
that you hear as well.
Excellent. Thank you so much for this. I know that the four come and go like whirlwinds and are so interesting. But, you know, I just thank you for spending the time with me.
Believe me when I say, it was a rare and true pleasure.
Thank you.
And he walks up, leans slightly down, and kisses you on the cheek.
Thank you. And I get up and walk with him back to wherever we are going.
Okay. Wherever you'd like to go.
I don't know.
I mean, if you need to get back, that's fine.
Well,
If you'd just like to walk around the city, that's fine. If you want
Yes.
to go back and have a drink at the Wrath, you can do that.
We'll walk around the city for a while talking about his things and some of the things that we've done. That's not the end. And
Okay.
I mean, he really doesn't know a whole lot. Like I'll tell him how we met Aribell. Like I'll just tell him all, and then how we met Tasha, and
All right. And he regales you with how he and Wiggy met.
oh,
That he actually caught Wiggy trying to steal a bottle out from behind the bar.
Ooh. And yet you showed him mercy.
He was so clumsy.
Did you? Is Wiggy around?
Yes.
Did you teach him everything he knows? Because he's not really clumsy anymore.
Let's just say that after we came to an understanding, I offered him some helpful suggestions.
Interesting. Taught him everything he knows.
Well, not everything, but a good portion, yes.
Brilliant. And was Chef part of the deal with the boar's tusk? Did she come with the boar's tusk, or did you happen to steal her from somewhere else?
She did not. It was an interesting story. There was actually a traveler who was through here many times. I still see him occasionally, but he mentioned that his mother had recently become a widow, and she was rattling around their house here and didn't have anything to do. And I was curious. I said, well, does she have any specialties? And he said, not really, but she's a very good cook. And I said, well, we certainly could use one of those. Perhaps she would be interested in working here. And he facilitated introductions, and from that day forward, my kitchen has not been my own.
You did kind of make the right decision. I'm sure you are a wonderful cook. But
I am not, absolutely not.
Oh!
But we did have a proficient chef who she both showed up and drove out in short order.
Got it. I'll tell Aribell. Aribell will be excited to hear that story. And when it comes to the end of the night, where I should probably go home, I'm going to thank him, hug him, kiss him on the cheek, and thank him for a lovely evening.
Perhaps once Kara is open for business, we can dine there again.
Excellent. That sounds amazing.
Well, be safe, do well. And
all right.
I will look forward to seeing you after the festival.
Yes, we will all be here after the festival. Thank you for a lovely evening.
It was my pleasure.
And depending on where we are, I will, if we made it all the way back to the Wrath for a drink, then I will just go in the little corner that I usually show up in and teleport back to Erma.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm certain that when you arrive back, there are 3 people kind of going.
And I sit down and tell them everything about everything. I tell them everything. And I tell them about Kara's little fancy place and all the things.
All right. And any reactions from the 3 of you?
Sounds like you had a lovely time.
I did. And I even told him I don't know what to expect. And I didn't really say he shouldn't expect anything, but I just said I wanted to be friends. And we were friends. And it was still lovely.
I want to try the new restaurant. That sounds awesome.
I know.
Well, we now have probably an easier way to get in. I have a feeling we'll have to make reservations. It's really wonderful.
Find a table for you.
Very exciting. I'm glad you had a good time, Zori.
Yeah, I'm so glad you had fun.
And then
That's the
I,
important thing.
it is. And then I explain what happening after, on next Sunday, parade, shop specials, games. Tremaine is going to say something, and then Gago is going to show up. So,
But we don't have to be there for that, right?
no, we're going to be, basically that's going to happen in Airma with
Remedy.
Remedy. That's right. I had it written down.
Yeah.
With Remedy. And then once that's all pomp and circumstance done, we can go to Thunder's Edge and hopefully make sure that no Jogravanen misbehave on that night.
Yes, there you go. There's your stress relief. Jogravaren's.
Mm-hmm. There may be some Jogravanes that you may be able to swipe in the mouth, Gwenlaryn.
I'm sure we'll find something.
Maybe stab.
All right. As the evening draws to a close, that is also where this episode will draw to a close. We will finish this up next week and then move on to the festival itself.
Excellent.
So,
Wait.
thank you all for watching. Remember, stay safe, stay sane. Masking up is not the worst thing in the world at this point. I will tell you personally, more people that I know have gotten COVID in the last 3 weeks than in the entire time since March of 2020. So it's still there, and just because communities have rolled back mask mandates doesn't mean it's not still a good idea to wear one, just in case. So take care of yourself, take care of your community, and be well so that next Tuesday night we can welcome you back to the lands of Aecathan. Good night, everybody.
All right.